Namaskar, good morning. This is Engineer Suraj Singh speaking from Faridabad NCR, Bharat, and June 5th, 2020, World Environment Day 2020, of course, and various current issues like COVID-19 and various professional issues, management, quality, safety, life, values, our country, other countries, all that. Routine talk. I shall like to give another video for environment specifically, so that I don't mix up with this video. That video shall deal with environment and COVID-19 issues. Life is moving haphazard way, and therefore we have to be serious about that. It's not my concern alone, it's concern for everybody. COVID-19, as we say every day, 6 months nearly over, since it arrived into world from wherever we don't know, maybe we don't know any time in life. COVID-19, an attacker, I should say number one, a teacher number two, a reformer number three, and a threat number four. Whatever possible characters, attributes we can attach with this, I think it is an analysis. It is related to our lives, and our lives are related to environment, and environment is related to world, and world is related to universe. People say, some countries say, societies say, some people think that's gone. Some think because there is a lockdown opening, whole countries are opening and scenarios are changing. Somewhere are finding crowds, somewhere are finding social distancing, somewhere are finding people understand what is required, some people don't understand, and some people are fined also for violation of rules. Many people are fined in UAE and elsewhere. I was seeing one person in our country affected 116. So it's called a spreader. In Andhra, one person infected 116. So it's a question mark. It's a question mark in the sense that panic is still rising on its high point. High rise panic, skyrocketing panic. We should say the whole world is in panic, and panic goes sometimes this end to that end to that end to this end. Sometimes there's a second wave, sometimes there's this wave and that wave. Means thousands scientists all over the world haven't reached any conclusion till now about this, and no problem for that. Let them think, let them do that. But a smart point is this gentle solved virus. I should say solved because everything is solved. Even if it is virus, just some solved. This gentle solve is working to its contents, and it's happy that's working. And people are actually not happy, but politicians least bother. Economy is a grave concern now. Jobs are grave concern. Everything is a grave concern. And whole world is ready to adopt even unauthentic medicines in these connections. Now, I am not doctor, scientist, expert. But death panic, or you can say infection panic, has hit whole world. Hit whole world people, society. Seminars style has changed, conferences the style has changed, video conferencing is on mode. There are merits and demerits in this scenario. There are merits like which people did not do before are forced to do that. Face-to-face talks have gone, face-to-face examinations have gone, face-to-face studies have gone, face-to-face seminars have gone. People have started relying on conferencing, video conferencing. That's the merit. But as lockdown is opened, cars are appearing on road, buses are appearing on road, flights are opened. Means, as far as our activities, physical activities, movement activities are concerned, where we can't have a movement, we are again going to resume same as we used to do. I have seen some areas where people are trying to do cycles, but that is very negligible. Otherwise, status mode, cars, I should stay in AC, same status is coming back. This means comfort is equally important to human being. Without comfort, we cannot sleep. So we have learned only little where we are forced, and where we are not forced, we don't understand anything. This means a common man requires a force onto its head so that it learns something. It adapts to changed circumstances. That's the beauty of this one. I should say it's very difficult. In fact, it's equal to impossible to teach and change habits and women. Something is not available and we want to achieve that. Something we don't adopt that. That is weakness of human being. We want to get everything which we like, it's good for us. And we always curse that or want to remove that which is not with us, which is not helping us. I should say, actually we should change. Best is that. If we change now, it is better. Change to, just like we are using masks, that's mandatory. Even if it's not mandatory, you can use it. You can use it mask, and I've seen people, they're using mask, but they're using mask, somebody doesn't understand. Somebody just keeps on mouth and nose is free. Somebody just keeps hangs it on neck and just a showpiece that I am using mask. I don't understand purpose of that. Just I've seen observed myself on roads and streets walking. Somebody is not even closing this, okay, no purpose because this is open. Somebody has both, that's fine, nice, and there's a glass here, no glass here, that's another point. And somebody just using it there, okay, I have this, I can use when I require. This means people are not serious. They are not serious. They don't understand. It can go even through eyes. Every time I said before, when something is not known clearly, evidently, we are not sure what it is, and we should take total precautionary measures, not simply precautionary measures. Even if they didn't say those eyes, keep eyes protected, then we should think ourselves, why should we depend on, they tell us, means it's not necessary that they would tell me everything, I can think myself. So if I take precaution, I am not harming myself. That's what I say. There is no end to this discussion of COVID. and it has related itself to economy, that is for sure. COVID had forced people to change or not to change, but it has forced people to think in terms of economy more than before. Oil, which is very important factor, is important material for development, and also that's very important for health and wealth of some countries, oil producing countries. All these countries are in every way determined to keep prices of oil up by whatever means they adopt. And they have raised it to around $40 a barrel. Though it was one time $130 a barrel. Okay, let us say $40 a barrel, $39 a barrel. This means they will get money and they are going to do whatever is required for that to maintain some money level, some sales level. This means if oil is not sold, they have no future. And oil is going to rise, people cannot understand when transport restarts, industries which are already started, certainly we will consume oil, consume gas, and they will make money, of course. And world shall start adding to pollution again in coming weeks or months. So this is demerit of COVID. The demerit of COVID, that people, despite knowing that there is danger, they are staying in that zone. They are ready to take risks of all this. They are not ready to change their habits, which is not possible. They are not ready to drive bicycles because it's status quo. If they drive bicycle, what others say, such a poor guy is driving bicycle. They are not ready to walk on roads because walking is against your respect, your dignity. This is what I observed. Well, there's a limit to criticize also. There's a limit for everything. You cannot criticize every time, everyone, and that is no meaning at all. If you keep criticizing, means you criticize yourself only, not others. There's no one to listen what to do. If there is no one to listen, what can I do? I cannot also do anything. My purpose is not that. I have seen one thing. There is a kind of uniformity throughout the world. Uniformity means sense of understanding. If that party, if that country is doing this, I have to do this. It's happening in this country, I'll do that. This is happening. Communication has changed whole world. That's also true. Economy has changed whole world. That's also true. Education has degraded now, it's not upgraded. That's also true. When economics sits on your head, when economy sits on someone's head, economy stops your mind to think. Because power of your mind that thinks goes to think about economy and not about development, not about science, not about some other subject. Economy is such a powerful discipline that stops everybody, because economy means greed, economy means avarice, economy means money, wealth. Economy is such a dangerous tool, such a dangerous solution. It's required, but if it rules you, it is your ruler. And if it rules you, it spoils you. That's true. It's like I give some kid so much, my kid should enjoy. My kid should enjoy life, drive car, use computer, see TV, and do every act in life that gives comfort to my child. Because I could not get comfort in my life, my child must enjoy that comfort. It's my destiny, is my, is my, you can say, hunger to see what I could not do, my child should do. Economy does it. It does it successfully. Successfully to spoil your kid and thereby spoil you. Well, if your kid has a lot of money, pocket is full, that kid doesn't know the meaning of economy. That kid doesn't know the meaning of necessity. But that kid only knows, I have to spend this money to buy toffee, to buy chocolate, to buy ice cream, or to go to club if I'm grown up, or to enjoy with whatever I want, or drink. That kid can go to that extent because that kid is not matured, that kid cannot think, and that kid start thinking in the same way as father and mother think. That's what we are. Once we see economy, once we see power of money, we forget everything else. And we start treating others downgraded. If I have a lot of money, I would not consider others, oh, I can buy you. I think even if I don't say that, but I can think, oh, this boy is not listening to me, this person is not, okay, let us buy this person. Such high level of pride enters in those people, in the mind of those people who think if he doesn't listen to me, I purchase this man. I purchase this man, so he doesn't speak against me. That is what economy gives you. You can say hammers. It hammers on your school of thought. It hammers on your working of mind. Your mind thinks only of how to add up, how to top up, how to add value to your money, how to buy those who are intelligent, who are brilliant people, and it tries everything to buy them and make them dependent on you, because without money they can also not move. So that's beauty, that beauty of money. And when it goes on increasing all things every time, it doesn't leave you human being. Because money then enters into your business, and then enters into greed, and then enters into your surroundings, and then enters into excess of surrounding, encroaches other surrounding, and then enters into society, and then it enters into your politics and everywhere, and you find domination of money all over. And the result is, during sleep also you think of money. Money is not left as means of your survival, but as a means of your rule. Money starts ruling you. Money starts ruling everybody who comes in contact with you. This is the fact of life. When there was no money with you, you respected money. You respected every unit of currency. You respected your hard work, and you tried to think at least for nature. Because you could not spoil nature, you had no money. But now because you got money, you have forgot all those points, all those orders. I should respect other people. I should give value to them. I respect knowledge. I respect whatever is required to be respected. I respect nature. I respect humanity. I respect the world. I respect everyone. And when you are too rich, you are in the sky, you are not earth. You would start saying, oh, I have this much money, I will give charity, I will do this for others. Then another kind of thinking comes in. That's also high degree of pride. Because if you want to do something good for others, not necessarily you declare that. Because you forget that doesn't belong to you. That's also true. Money doesn't belong to anybody. Money means power of economy. I do not take money as money only. I take is an exchange value, not as basic value. And what is that exchange value? The exchange value is purchasing power. What's your value of purchase? Can you really purchase, or you can just only think of? That point you have to clearly understand. My purchasing power depends upon what I think. My purchasing power depends upon what I am. My purchasing power depends upon what I can do for all. Material purchase power is not important. If you want to purchase material, only tell me what you will do with this material. What is your material? Can you purchase your body? Can you change your body? I am asking a very serious question. If money is so powerful, can you buy another body and replace your body? You cannot. You cannot, never. You can, yes, you can go to hospital and have treatment if you are sick. That facility you can take, that benefit you can take. Or you can help others to have sickness relief. You can help others that way. But you cannot buy basically anything. You cannot buy anything basically. You can buy only for maintenance purpose, not for ownership purpose. We have to understand basics of economy. That's very important point. Because economy relates to life. It doesn't relate to ownership. It relates to use of those resources which nature has given to us. It's for all. That is what economy is. Economy does not mean you store wealth. Economy doesn't mean that. Economy does not mean you just keep rights to yourself for material gains or material advantage and you forget others. It doesn't mean that. Because you are not alone who is working on this world. Let us say there are 8 billion people in this world. 8 billion people all have got rights to use of resources we have in nature on earth. Yes, they have to work, that's true. They have to work, only then they get something. And work depends upon are you getting or not. But even then, one gets work or gets no work. Everybody has a right to food, right to live. Economy is very different if you understand this from world point of view, from natural point of view. Economy is not just money consideration. It's not just how much wealth a country has, what GDP one country has. And that's what I'm saying. If you want to immerse yourself in thinking of economy, you have to become another person. It's not economy only. It's not economy subject only. It's economy of everything. Economists who call themselves economists, educated economists, they are deficient also in this point. Because we do not know value of wealth we have. Equivalent quantity of wealth we have hidden in earth. That's true. There are two types of wealth. One is called permanent wealth of nature. That cannot change immediately. Whatever resources we have in nature, within earth, we do not know exact quantity of them. The other resource which is maintainable resource, that is called food resource, where we eat, we grow every year and we get crops, we get grains, we get vegetable, all that we get. But that is perishable, remember. If you do not consume that within some period, same year, or if you preserve it in storage like silos, grain silos, which can keep there for some year, protected so that there should be no fungus on that. It should be worth eating, quality. That part is one part of economy. That part constitutes one part of economy. It doesn't give you any augmentation of wealth. It doesn't give you any stories permanently. You have to consider that. So that is actually real part of economy in agricultural sense, because if that doesn't work, you cannot eat anything. Particularly grains you cannot eat. And that part, it doesn't exist means you don't exist. If that part doesn't work means you cannot work. So that is perishable of course, but that is the real part and temporary part, regular part, other than those which are within earth, which are hidden within earth. At this point, we have to understand maturely as a person, as intellectual, that this agricultural economy is dynamic one. Dynamic in a sense, it keeps on moving and moving and moving. It does not stop. Every year it comes in and goes out, and comes in and goes out. We take it, receive it, eat it, and then if we eat it, we live. And if we don't use it, we can't live. Other part is not known yet. But this is known that every year we get this much, we can get this much. Because it depends upon natural agencies like sun, like soil, water, etc. It's very known to everybody, something specific and coming. The other part is very important as economy is concerned. Hidden wealth, and which everybody wants to stay in proportion to what it wants, not actually in proportion to what its population is. This point is very critical for understanding, and we generally miss it. My only talk about this economy and is that economy is important indeed, but it's not that important that you start hitting the earth. If you hit earth just for gains, you start restructuring earth morally, spiritually. Earth is constant. It doesn't go anywhere. We may think whatever you think. This is moving this side, this is moving this side, temperature changes, and that is okay, fine. That's because we are changing it, not because it's changing itself. It's the same thing, as I usually say, a bird hits a plane, they're either taking off or flying. What happens? It's a plane. Earth is a plane. Earth is nothing but a plane. It's a big plane. It's a big plane moving at speed of 1600 km per hour on its own axle, and which you know it. If you cannot know it, you can find and calculate it. You find circumference of Earth based on 12,500 or 12,000 kilometer diameter. You can find circumference of Earth, and it's rotating around axis. This means in one rotation it covers a distance of what you calculate from circumference, and it takes 24 hours to take around on its axle. So you can divide value that you receive from circumference by this value of 24. You can find the speed of Earth in kilometers per hour. It's not that difficult. It's simple mathematics that you are going to do this. So I say. Also I try to calculate that how, with what speed it's moving, it's orbiting around sun. And that is really very, very amazing. I was amazed to see that. The speed which Earth orbits sun is 1.25 lakhs kilometers per hour. This means this is very big flight. Always moving, never lands and never takes off. It's continuous, and not now. It has been continuous for millenniums. I don't know since when, in crores or in trillions. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I'm not that educated person. So we understand that. We understand very well. So it's that flight moving around, and all wealth is moving in that. Everybody is sitting, residing on earth is moving with that speed. This means your earth is not located at one point. We feel it is located. It never ever stops even for 10 seconds. It keeps on moving. Axis around axis and around sun axis. And sun is 15 kilometers from earth. And size of sun is about 1.3 million kilometers. So if you imagine that if you are standing at sun, if you are standing in sun and you are watching earth, what size of earth have you seen? You just start to understand. It's only 2 or 3 millimeters circle or that circular shape of a luminous object, just like we see from earth, sun as luminous object. Then why we are so jumping? Economy. It is economy for earth, not for me. But I want to cause as citizen, as human being, an imbalance to working of earth. I have taken out trees for my benefit, for wood. I have eroded soil for my own benefit, because I want to construct house, I want to construct, residences on that, okay, and I want to use water of earth, and I want to use air of earth for my benefit, and I don't care for others. Why should I care for others? That's my life. Means I am doing nothing on my own as resident of earth, but I want to steal everything from this. But for what, I don't know. Because if I steal something of this, what shall I do with that? So far, it has been seen that human has no objective. Human has no objective on earth. What objective it is or should be, human hasn't evolved. Neither would try to evolve, because, as I said, when money comes to your mind, you think of money only. You don't think of something else. And even you had, say, before, prior to this money came to you, you got this money, you might have some objective in your life. You might have something to do this or that. That also is whitewashed. Because this money is so powerful, this factor is so powerful, you least bother about something else. I'm not against money, don't say that. Against use of resources. Money is not resource. Money is just the ticket that you can use this resource if you want. It's not basically anything. Ultimately, you can say, you are not even competent, I am also not incompetent. I am not competent to value my money and my resource. Just imagine a different way of thought. What did God think, you think? What might have God thought to create this solar system or universe? What might have he thought? It's imaginary, of course, it's a hypothetical question. But if you think, you just consider yourself, your God, just consider for mathematical understanding. You imagine yourself, you are there in God's seat. What might have come to your mind to try and construct one such universal unit as solar system? After all, why? What was purpose? What was purpose of heaven? Should be any purpose. Yes. You think, is God so without work? I wanted some work for that. This you cannot explain, and I also cannot explain. What was purpose? And even if there was some purpose, let us say some purpose, imagine anything. I want to have this game for me. I want to play game with someone. There's no one to play game with me. So I construct one such system for me. Let us try how it works for me. Just like you are involved in generation of your kids, and you do little for that, and rest God takes care of it. You generated your kid, and then you take responsibility of that. But you don't know what your kid do in future. You can't say with certainty what shall your kid do. So if you are placing yourself in God, your kid is there on earth, let us say, you don't know what that could do. So that's what God's trying to say, what this kid does. You give toys to your kid. You give, toffee to your kid. You give something to your kid that is pleased, remains happy, do not annoy you, do not, you can say, harm itself. You want to protect kid also. Kid does everything which you do not like, and kids wants to play with you also. Because you are only person as father or mother where your kid can play. Because until there is another kid to play with, this kid can play with parent only. And this kid waits for parent to come if their parents are not at home. I want to play with my parent. I am waiting for that. Is that not the same thing happen in God? God made us a part of solar system, and we are all there. God wanted his kids, and kids are here. That God wants that my kid should be happy, my kid should have food, my kid should have everything. So God did all that, and we all are kids of God. And God says, God expects us, God gives us everything. God gives us food, rain, water, fire, everything. God did not leave anything deficient for us, that we have to do that ourselves. It's complete system, automatical mechanism working around all us. And God never says your kid should be bad. God never thinks that you should be bad, because after all you are kid of God, children of God. But God gives you every facility, you enjoy it. But God also expects that you learn something. You do something for yourself, for earth, which is mine. I gave you to use. It's your home I given you. Any parent gives home to their kids for what? To stay peacefully, enjoy, and lead your life. That's only purpose. Some parent makes their kids owners of his properties. So what problem exists? I don't understand. I am kid of God, you are kid of God, God is there, earth is my home, your home. When it's my home, can you take out wealth from your home? You are residing in some house. What is your duty as member of that house, family? You may be many siblings in your family. When you are siblings in your family, you feel that you are integrated part of family. You cannot be isolated. Same applies to earth. It's home for everybody, and you should enjoy this, and simultaneously you should improve this, or you should value it. And if you cannot do that, there are some people who have a lot of wealth. They don't want to work hard. They don't want to work actually. And they only want to enjoy life. Sexual enjoying, literally enjoying, or wealth-wise enjoying. For some, just to travel around the world is uncomfortable. It's joy for them. They just want to say, I am a flyer, I have flown so much. What is purpose of house in which you live? What is purpose? Think on this. Earth is the house. And then you make another house on that to live on. Earth is open to sky. Earth is open to all weather conditions, and you do not like to live in all weather conditions. You want to live in pleasant conditions. Means you should feel happy, cold all time. You should not be heated. You should be unrestrained, and you should enjoy life. Up to that point, no problem. Your home is your duty, but there's another duty for your home also. That because this is your home, your father has given you or your grandfather has given you, it's your duty to maintain this home. How far do we understand this point? That we have to maintain this. Maintain means what? Building of house or everything a house? When I am living in a house, whichever house, it's my duty to maintain that. When I am using a car, it's my duty to maintain that. When I am using something, it's my duty to maintain that. Either I maintain directly or pay someone to maintain that, same thing. So when I am resident means a child on this earth, everybody has some responsibility. What is my responsibility? That I understand I should do that. If you keep in mind picture of money first, I should have money first, then you cannot do anything in your life. Because if you have money, you will not spoil that money. If you don't have money, you won't get money. So both points are against you. And we have money, you will think of money, and we don't have money, you think of something else. How to get money or how to go into some other field where money is not that important. This is a very important point, just understand that. Just like you maintain your home, you are building where you stay, and you want to keep it tidy and you can say in a restricted finishes, that it's only this money power that I got house, and it's only house that I have to maintain. If you maintain your house, you get happiness in your house. You clean it daily. If there's a repair, you repair it. If there's some other requirement, you do that. So you are so serious about your house that you want to see paint very good, elevations very good, no crack in house, it works well. What about us? Your real house, because if there's no earth, there is no house as well. So your house is there because of earth. So what do you do with the earth? That's the point to consider. That's a point to be considered by everybody. Easy to break, easy to demolish, but not easy to construct. That point to understand, it's very important point. If you want to demolish something, if you want to break something, it doesn't take much time. But if you want to construct something, it takes a lot of time. time, material, energy, resources, everything. That's the point I want to stress, that respect her. You may call it Mata, you may call it whatever. That is only calling. But don't forget, your home is also calling you, your earth is also calling you. Do not destroy me, my children, do not destroy me. We are going to cause imbalance on earth because of such issues. We are damaging earth in every way. We will consider that point later on in another video. Today, June 5th, 2020, World Environment Day, is raising a question to everybody. I think it's very serious day in this very serious year, and in this year very serious day. This is the World Environment Day, which did not do anything for us till now, and every year it comes and stands here to report to us, and we have to report to it more. My question is, how many percent people think of us or environment? No, not even 1%. I can say not even 1%. Drama is something else. Actual I'm talking. Dramas are doing. They do it. But how much constructive are they? That's the real point. Because if earth is not protected, if earth is not protected as it should be, they say keep this level, keep that level. That's okay. That is scientific advice. But can we do something that goes against us? I did not want to talk this much in this video because economy is very important for everybody. That's right, as a country, as society, you should have this. But there should be another economy also, how to keep ourselves safe on earth. That's also important. Because what's happening, the viruses that are driving in are not, of course. You cannot say that these are some specific, but in general these are. This virus COVID-19 has come as a shock to everybody. They say it came from some part of world, and where else they came from, where nobody knows. So we just wind up here and start, we cannot solve this problem. Let us start thinking of something else. होता क्या है, हम तो कुछ नहीं कर पाते, तो ताला लगा दो, बंद कर दो, चलो देखेंगे बात। वायरस तो है ही, जहाँ भी वायरस है उसका क्या करें। इसलिए हम कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, हम कुछ नहीं सुनेंगे, हम बस आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे। आपका दिमाग खराब होता हो, आपका खून खराब होता हो, हमें कुछ नहीं। हमें अपना देखना है, हमें अर्थव्यवस्था का देखना है। वो अर्थव्यवस्था जिसको हम कहते हैं, हम दुनिया में कितना आगे होना चाहते हैं, कितना आगे होना चाहते हैं शायद हम नहीं जानते। आप कौन सी लाइन क्रॉस करना चाहते हैं आगे बढ़ के, क्योंकि अर्थ तो गोल है, अर्थ तो गोल है, जहाँ से आप चलेंगे वहीं वापस आ जाएंगे। क्या करेंगे फिर आप? जब वापस नहीं आप आ जाएंगे तो आप करेंगे क्या? सारी दुनिया में सोच एक सी ही है। एक समय था हम सोचते थे फ्रांस में सड़कें शीशे की होती हैं, अमेरिका में ऐसा होता है, इंग्लैंड में ऐसा होता है। We used to think one time when I was a kid that there was glass type roads in France. American are so intelligent, so powerful. English people are so intelligent, so powerful. And for us, English means every Europe, it may be England, it may be America, it may be all over English, because we didn't know facts of life in those days. Now facts are coming because of interconnectivity with all people to each other, country-wise and otherwise. You need not go to somewhere else. You know what's happening there and here. Communication, and you can talk to people online. So there is a change in technology and change in lifestyle. This means superficially, technology can change your lifestyle, not morally. Lifestyle is dependent on technology, it's up to you. But you can get benefit to speed up your work, not to speed up your moral, to speed up your life. Morals are falling because of technology. And technology has given birth to pollution. Though technology also shall remove it, but technology has given birth for sure for pollution levels. If you are living in polluted environment all your life, if you are not aware, at least now, you know, what do you think we shall get? Good health? You think good health? And you think this will get health that we cannot analyze. It's not because we know pollution. We have to understand how it happened, from where did it come. Did it come on sound, or we are responsible for that? Ultimately, there's no management to deal with this. There's no function. There's no one who can deal with this. This, I can say, this disease of pollution. Pollution is not automatic. It is created one, and created one means we are responsible for that creation of this. I am responsible, you are responsible, everybody of us is proportionally or equally responsible to destroy our lifestyle, to destroy our oxygen, to destroy our agencies that we breathe in. If we cannot live healthy, if we are unable to live healthy on earth, due to whatever reason, our minds are also polluted. That's what I'm saying. Pollution is related to health, and health is also related to mind. If I think to change pollution, how? This way, if you want to change something, you have to analyze that. People have analyzed that this is happening due to pollution. They are analyzing only as a part of analysis all over the world, not only here. And they are saying some symbolic dramas also, like Earth Hour, you can say Environment Day, like that. But I didn't find any solution till now. There is no management on that. solid management I'm talking. There's no organization that till now. Only, formal connections for the actually bigger than physical pollution is mental pollution. Mental pollution means whatever energies you are getting in from nature, either through food or through air, sun, or whatever, all these energies you are getting are they enter our body. We eat food, we respire air, we take sun. All these agencies help our body to survive. Also, bad effects of these also enter our body and our mind. And mind, because of pollution, has become defective. That's also a fact of life. Defective in a sense, mind have lost their concentration levels. Minds have lost their effect. Minds have reduced the strength of absorption. When I am saying the strength of absorption, which means if you do something for a while, you feel I've done a lot. You do something for a while, you think you have done a lot. But you just think of, if your mind is pollution free, if your mind got no negative energies, what can do? It's a question mark. People usually say, I'm stressed. Everybody's stressed. But go and see their working environment. There's no response in their work. And if there's no response in their work, what do you think they will do? What shall you think you do? If your mind is not free of impurities, if your mind is not free of virus, not this virus I'm talking, other viruses, mental virus. This virus does not allow you to think in its way, in a solution way. This means what? This means you are clogging your mind because of polluted food, polluted air, polluted water, polluted thought, and all pollution enters your mind. If it enters your mind, means it enters your soul. Don't forget that material of plastic, which is usually nowadays, is a chemical. It's not food. It's byproduct of fossil fuel. It's byproduct of that. You may not get it, but that is a fact. Sometimes you can say you have extracted oil from fossil fuel, crude oil, and you have crude oil too, working oil, and also last year in process is plastics, which is a byproduct there, but it's an orphan product for some factory or industry dealing with plastic. That's why we say refresh yourself all the time. If little work gives you stress and strain, then you are a weak generation. We are weak generation. We cannot do anything. We cannot solve our problem ourselves. We cannot solve our problems ourselves. So we are weak certainly. Why can we not solve our problem ourselves? Who will solve for us? Nobody will solve our problems. It is only we have to solve it. That's also management. Problem solving is management. Or it's organization. Your organization, yourself as an organization. When my body is in problem, when I am in problem, when there's some pain in my body or in some parts of body, I certainly require treatment. Because that's as an individual I feel. So I don't feel that I am living normal. So I need some kind of medical treatment. That is temporary. But my question arises, why should I get that pain? What have I done getting that pain? That is route where I have to reach to know origin of this pain rather than just taking the medicine for immediate comfort or for immediate relief. Immediate relief is fine. I am not against that. But I missed to know origin of that pain, and until I don't find origin of that pain, I can't solve that pain. Well, immediately I have taken something and I got a relief, and after that I forget that. That relief was only for some purpose, that you don't feel pain. But I have not treated, I have just got relief. Who shall give me treatment? That's my question mark. I have not treated my pain, I just suppressed it just to have relief. But where is I can say it is gone. It's gone here. Where is it? It's gone somewhere else. Or it's still there, but I'm not feeling. If that's fine. It is still there, I'm not feeling. This means it's not gone. Until I don't feel pain, it's okay. But when I feel pain again, I am insane. Maybe I feel increased pain, or I don't feel any pain. That is I want to say. Do not take temporary relief from problems. Understand problems thoroughly to eliminate that. That is what is required. What happens that people just want immediate relief. Every day they are ready to go to doctor, and they have time for doctor for hours together. They can talk, no problem for them for money. But doctor also knows that very well. Patient psychology. If you want to get relief of pain, you have to reach the root cause of that pain and solve it. That is called treatment. Immediate injecting your body is called solution, and later find day before. Solution, if you find basic solution, you will make your body change, or make your heart change, or make everything change. Management is therefore very difficult to perform, to understand. Every activity is managed, child management, baby management, adult management. Like that, there are many areas in engineering that You have to take care about all as human psychology. Now I'll go to our subject, beautiful, imaginary subject, and that is our routine, project management, project organization, and projects. You might feel I'm just talking every day the same thing. You might feel, but I don't feel that. Because no one can talk same thing same day. No one can talk without thinking. And you can improve. You can improve your thoughts. You can improve your philosophy. You can document in your mind what I have to say. You have to document in your thoughts your designs. And when you do document in your mind, it is automatically written in your mind. It comes when you start talking about that. It will change some terminology every time due to continuous extract of mind, due to billions of connectivity of cells in your mind, neurons in your mind. It's easy to say manage or organize. It's easy. But virtually and practically speaking, it's not that easy. Isn't that easy? We may say anything, we are free, but life is very difficult. Every activity of life is very difficult. As I say always, if you read God, how you read God? If somebody asks you read God, how you read God? Or if I ask you read yourself, how to read yourself? That's the point. How to read yourself. How your body was managed by designs. If you can understand your body, you can understand everything. Your body is complete system. Your body is complete system in every aspect. When you say system, means what? Well, we define system in our ordinary life. System means some performance. Means it has to perform something for which it was designed. So system must have a technology in that case. Number one, it should have a philosophy to act, to resolve. Then that philosophy should be based on technology. And that technology should be based on that the system works because of that technology. And if that system works, its system gives results. What is that system? That system is in all fields. From every activity to all activities, that system is. Only problem is we are not able to understand that. There is a system, there is a procedure. And there are so many interconnections in every system to other system. So system, if you understand organization, and if you understand organization, you can understand your destination. You can understand where to go, what you have to do. We got first primary education, Then we got middle class education. Then we got higher secondary education. And we joined colleges and all. This means every stage in your life, you had to learn. You have to learn since you did not join a school, and you have to learn after joining, and you have to learn at every aspect. If you understand that system, you can understand everything. But you have to understand, no one can teach you everything. You have to generate your own system, generate it, design it, observe it, read it, you will get answer. I believe in system. It doesn't mean my system should be unique. No. I am happy if my system performs what I expected it to perform. That's enough for me. And if my system does not perform, I'm not happy with that, because there is some deficiency I have left, there is some missing application I have left or I could not understand, and that's why my system is not working. I understand. It doesn't work because I missed something. But I'm not able to understand what did I miss. To find that, I have to work more. And if I work more and find that error, and to find that error where I left, I'll understand that. That system you have to understand for your work. That is an organization, which I am calling system. There is an organization, and that is absolutely different theory. Well, just if I talk of system and do nothing else, you will feel very bored and just talking and one thing in your sleep, during my sleep. I sleep during my sleep, but I don't want that. Now I'm going back to what we're talking about our own subject, and that was predict. Predict, we discussed a lot of discussion on this. Predict, that is contracts. Contracts, most boring work. Contract. Boring in a sense that there is no game in it. There is no play card in that, there is no other game. It's boring in a sense. It has to be work using mind and no entertainment in that. But we have to make it interesting by our own self so that people understand it. As I said before, you cannot do anything on your own. If you want to do something big and you are not expert of that doing, you have to hire someone to do that. Now, how to hire, what to hire, that is the point. Life moves on among people. Some are, they are leaders in political sense. If I want to do something, I have to I have to move in that, and you can say if I go to yesterday I was talking about, that was contracts and contracts related issues. Yesterday we discussed about clause 18. Yes, we discussed about clause 18. This was exceptional events. I'm just trying to say why we did that now. I was also on clause 19, that was insurance, and 20, that was 19 and 20. In 19, we learned insurance, what sort of insurance should be there. We learned about that. I'm talking of contracts now, confirmation. Contracts. No need of defining again, you know very well. But there are issues in contracts. Contract is a solution, but also it has issues. In a sense. When we say contract, you understand meaning of that? There are some parties on agreement for something to do, and party that is employed to do something. That party gets offer money. In that contract, there are various insurances. Means you have to insure material, you have to insure site, you have to insure those areas against fire, against earthquake, against something. Because that portion is given to you for some construction, and this is your part until you deliver that or discharge that. That's your part. You are like an owner there. So if you are an owner, you have to insure everything that exists and that has to go. So what we say in this, I'm just revising this, and this is general requirement for insurance, that there's no limit anyway, that without limiting either party's obligations or responsibilities under contract, contractor shall effect and maintain all insurances for which contractor is responsible with insurers, and in terms both of which shall be subject to consent by employer. This payment return shall be consistent with terms of any agreed by both parties before date of letter of acceptance. This insurance can say, this insurance required to be provided under clauses minimum required by employer and contractor, may at contractor's own cost add such other insurances that the contractor may deem prudent. Whatever is given in contract, you have to ensure this, you have to ensure that in miscellaneous way. That must be protected, that must be ensured. I'm just giving you a brief, so I'm not going to word by word. You have to ensure all that is required to be ensured. And site, what is required? Whole site is required to be insured. Machines or whatever belongs to that site which can be insured should be insured. Who will work in that site should be insured. Personal staff are insured. Irregular staff are insured. If you maintain insurance as required, you will be protected. That's what says according to this provision. It says, whenever required by employer, contractor shall produce insurance policies which contractor is required to effect under contract. As each premise is paid, contractor shall promptly submit either a copy of that each receipt of payment to employer with a copy to engineer, or confirmation from insurers as case may be. Now, as each premise paid, contractor shall promptly submit either copy of each receipt of payment to engineer. Now, if contractor fails to effect and keep in force other insurances required, if contractor fails to effect and keep in force any of insurance required under such clause, insurance to be provided by contractor, then any such case, employer may effect and keep in force such insurance and pay any premium as may be necessary, and recover same from contractors from time to time by deducting amounts so paid from any monies due to contractor or otherwise recover. So it's must, if contractor fails to do so, then employer has to do that, because ultimately it's the employer who is real owner of that land. Then now let us say contractor shall also be responsible for following what's that: notifying insurers of any changes in nature, extent of program for execution of works, adequacy and validity of insurance in accordance with control contract at all times during performance of contract. Now, permitted deductible limits allowed it. Okay, now we have to move forward. It says permitted deductibles limits allowed in any policy shall not exceed amounts stated in contract data. If contract data states some amount, you have to keep in that. Why to pay more? And where there are shared liabilities, loss shall be borne by each party in proportion to each party. Now, where there is a shared liability, loss shall be borne by each party in proportion to each party's liability, provided non-recovery from insurers. Now next is, if you go further, insurers to be provided by contract. Insurers to provide the contractor. That insurance is regarding works, works. Number one. Number two is goods, then liability to breach of professional duty, injury to persons and damage to property, injury to employees, and other insurance defined by law and legal. So this is the answer. So there are various types of insurance. The contract has to do for itself, for its production, on behalf of employer. Means to say, whatever we do, that should be protected, right? So what we say, it is title here, that is insurance to be provided by contractor, and this is regarding what? What? What is what? We have to protect works, which means contractor shall ensure and keep, insured in joint terms of contractor and employer from commencement date until completion or takeover certificate. Works and contractors documents together with materials and plant for incorporation for full replacement value. Insurance coverage shall extend to loss and damage of any part of works in consequences of failure of element defectively when an additional amount of 15% such. So what does it mean? We have a site, we are working on that. Lot of trees are going site. Our site is controlled, one we place guarded, everywhere is guards around and fencing around, lock, it's all under lock and key. Even then there are chances some intruders go in and either spoil our work or steal our items, old items or new items. This means all material supply, machinery supply, work we do, all our works, goods. We have to protect each and every item. And this production is done in joint name of parent and this is not. It's important to protect works, whatever works we have. You may have building work, you may have foundation work, you may have any activity, any temporary material, any permanent material. You have steel reinforcing bars, you have other materials. You have procured machineries, heavy machineries. All cost money. You ensure that when you were transported from offshore to your site, you paid insurance there also. And all that is very important from contract viewpoint. You are spending billions on your works. You have to insure them against damages by rain, by flood, which are expected and common. That's what you cannot say it's limited to what this is explained. This is only a policy, you can say, in contract. But if it's possible, you can say everything that is done is still done. So you have to communicate, just take in daytime and in daytime. So it's a completely clear definition of the works that we say we have to. So you can take actual cost of those in insurance, cost of metal that you have procured, that is temporary material, permanent material, cost of whatever items you procured on the site and further converted into other items like concrete items. And whatever cost is there, you know that. This is what we have to understand. Whatever cost we have, that's on papers. There's no hiding, there's no concealing of that. That is on papers. You procure that, you procure materials, you pay to some supplier. You have complete evidence of that. That can be charted out. Is a total sum in this month we have. You know how much you shall have in 1 month, so you can insure your site for that. That's called insurance of works. You can add 15% for handling charges or miscellaneous charges onto that. Of course, it amounts something. Is that 100% wrong? We think from that point of view. Now we go to, this is very good, means we have complete detail of costing of works. And now what's it saying? It says that insurance cover shall, it says insurance cover shall cover employer and contractor against all loss. It clearly says that insurance cover shall include, it clearly says that insurance cover shall include Insurance shall include, insurance cover shall cover, sorry, the wording is wrong. Insurance shall cover employer contracted both against all loss or damage from whatever cause, engineer, or this is number one, and it says the loss or damage against loss or damage from whatever cause arising until issue of taking over certificate contracts. The whole cycle of the project is safe. That is one part of this. Until you can say performance certificate is filled. So it's long. So thereafter insurance cover until date of issue performance certificate and respect of any activity, respect of all any incomplete work or loss of time. However, there are some conditions. There are some conditions that do not accept, which of course exit actually. That is not acceptable. That condition, and it is like that. We can say. However, insurance cover provided by contractor insurance cover provided by contractor for works may exclude any of following, and what are those? It says the exclusion is cost of making good. Cost of making good any part of work means repair, reinstatement of work. So they will pay what you spend, but they won't pay you repair costs or making good cost, you can say, which is defective, including defective material and workmanship or otherwise. In case the cost of making good any part of work which is defective, including defective material and workmanship or others, doesn't comply with contract, provided that it does not exclude the cost of making good any loss or damage to any other part of works. This means if a work is substandard, if you have not taken care of your work, it is substandard work. Nobody will take care of that as far as insurance cover is concerned. This is one point which is excluded from your insurance. Other one is, this is a general point actually, this is not one point, that work is defective. This means insurance is not done for defective work. Insurance is not done for defective work. Insurance can be done only for right work, standard work. This means insurance people must have idea of what is a defective work. They must have people with them who can support advice about defective. Now let's go to second exclusion is indirect or consequential loss or damage, including any reductions in contract price for delay. Yes, indirect and consequential loss. or damage including any reduction in contract price for the. So first was defective work, second is including any reduction of the loss or damage, indirect and consequential loss. Then it is wear and tear, shortages and pilferage, and unless otherwise stated in contract data, risks arising from exceptional events. What it says, indirect losses we don't accept. Consequential losses we don't accept. When you say indirect means not directly to work. It is not related to your work. It's indirect. And also consequential means if there was one thing wrong, another one was wrong. Wear and tear, of course, means wear and tear doesn't mean insurance, means useful, some use of that work, and shortages and pilferages. So there's exclusions are of course not very, it's not very general clause, but because they, unless otherwise stated in the contract, the risks arising from extra. Whatever risks be there, means whatever exceptional events be there, can't be done that way. These are excluded. If these are indicated in contract data. Now come on to goods. What is after all we are talking about? In insurance there are goods. If you take for example, what is goods here? Goods means articles, good means material, good means machine, good means vessel, good means whatever your contract says you have to buy. You have to buy means procure means technologically suitable. Not just because you procured it's okay, it's based on quality specifications. And those items, Jesus knows garment. I say cement, for example, cement, microsilica, brick, block, hollow block, precast block, or whatever material, aggregate, sand, concrete, electrical, mechanical, others, plumbing, CCTV, whatever material or workshop on site material that results into major using our required materials. All these materials and of course machines which are also in material nowadays, heavy equipment, earth moving equipment, and you can say equipment they are going to be installed for permanent works. All those, if ordered and purchased, must be insured. There is insurance during travel. I'm not counting down, but that should also be included part of payment as included in your works. Including doses, all works indirectly. Goods is also what if you say, after all, that good is going to be installed in work. So what it says in this definition, I tell you. So works and goods for me are same, no difference. Good is also work done somewhere else. If machine is built somewhere else in factory, that's a part of work. If foundation built on site, that's a part of work. So for me, both are same. Here is a site. Factory is also a site when this machine is being constructed, built. So works are same, goods are same, and their cost must be really evaluated before entering site. Now let's go to liability for breach of professional duty. Liability for breach of professional duty. That's very important. We have considered works and you understand what I mean to say. Whatever insurance cost you are taking, that's available in your item on lump sum price. So you can claim that much for whatever item, and also total of goods shall be paid from that contract. You can miscellaneously include that price into your goods insurance. You can reduce out 20% for now, liability for breach of professional duty. See, breaches we are saying now. Breaches. If if it says to extent if contract is responsible for design of part of permanent works under whatever clause of such subclause 4.1, contractor's general obligations. Contractor's general obligations. Now to say to extent if the contract is responsible for design of part of whatever works and whatever subclause, obligations and any other design under contract and consistent with indemnities filed in clause 17 here to works and indemnities, care of works and indemnities. Contract shall affect and maintain professional indemnity insurances against liability arising out of any error of omission by contractor in carrying out contractor's design obligations by contractor. Now, contract design obligations in amount not less than that stated in contract data clause. Stated amount again, employer. So it says that contract shall affect and maintain professional indemnity insurance against liability arising out of any act, error or omission by contractors or in carrying out design. So it's that one. An agreement and this obligation amounting not less than stated in contract data. It's about designs, liability for breach of professional duty. Design is a professional duty. Now, it says if in stated contract data such professional indemnity insurance shall also indemnify contractor against liability arising out of and all right, now we're forward. That's now we go forward to let's forget design and then the outline is to do. That is also our design. Injury to persons and damage to property. Injury to persons and damage to property. Now it says contractor shall insure in joint names of contractor and employer against liabilities for death or injury to any person. That's right. You have to. Relax. This is actually very concise. Very small space I have here. And let me take some water, of course. Why not take some water? And it is like that. Say we have two important factors on projects. That important factors are human resources and goods, materials, machines, goods plus material machine. These are very important factors. Very important factors in a sense. If you don't have human resources, or you can say people, or you can say industrial workers, in absence of these, we cannot do anything. Your machines cannot do anything, your material cannot do anything. If we don't have human resources, and if we don't have both, we cannot do anything at all. And even if one of them dies, it is something that we have to take very seriously. If you cannot understand this point, then we are at mistake. What we have to do then? This requirement says that we have to consider this point in addition to design, as we said before. We have to consider this point very well, that injury to persons and damage to property are very important factors. If persons are injured, it is loss to work, loss to, you can say, workforce, loss to hours. This means they must be insured. Contractors shall insure in joint names of contractor and employer against liability for death or injury both to any person or to persons, or loss of or damage to any property other than works. Damage to property we are talking. Property means existing property arising out of performance of contract and occurring before issue of performance certificate, other than loss or damage caused by exceptional events. Let me read it first. So, insurance policy shall include a gross liability clause such that insurance shall apply to contractor and employer as separate insured. Now, such insurance shall be effected before contractor begins any work on site and shall remain in force until issue of performance certificate, and shall be for not less than amount stated in contract data. If not stated, amount agreed with employer. As I said, I do not want to lose any resource. I do not want to pay for something that's already there on site, and by chance if I damage that due to my activities or due to my negligence or carelessness, it must be insured. So our people and whatever property exists there must be insured for sake of our own future, our own project success. I don't want to lose my workers. I don't lose any material. So I have to take care of everything. Cannot say this. This is actually known to everybody. That if a person is got injury and in time or fell, certainly it's a loss. After all, if they are insured, they can be called up. If they are not insured, then you have to pay from your pocket. That's what it says. Nothing else has to say. Now you see employees, injury to employees. Which employees? Says contractor shall effect and maintain insurance against liability for claims, damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses arising out of execution of works in respect of injury, sickness, disease or death of any person employed by a contractor in areas of any of contractors other person. It says that you have to keep your employees safe. You have to insure them against liability for claims, their damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses which are related law arising out of execution of works in respect of injury, sickness, disease or death of person employed by contractor or any of contractors other person. Employer shall also be included. Employer, you have to insure employer indemnify them. You have to, indemnify your employer, indemnify your engineer, and indemnified under policy of insurance, except that this insurance may exclude losses and claims to the extent that they arise from any act of neglect of employer or of employer's persons. So normally they would be protected, employers, personnel and engineer, provided that what they do themselves something wrong, they are responsible for the amount. They are not. And your insurance will be full force, should not stop, should not cease during whole time that contractors personnel are assisting in execution of works. Now, if there is any person or employed by subcontractor, insurance may extend to them as well, or if they have separate insurance for them, it's okay, no problem. Now there are so many insurances which may be required by law of locality and by local practice, so those must also be respected. Court shall provide all other insurances required by law of country where works are being carried out at contractor's own cost. All costs, and that's other insurances required by local practice, if any, shall be detailed in contract data, and contractor shall provide such insurances in now it shall be on contractor's cost, whatever is there. Now, employers and contractors claims, now we are going there, which is greater part of understanding. Claims, as I discussed yesterday, what sorts of claims are these? That was in theory. We must understand applications, examples, where this can be. Claims can be in any quantity. That's what we have to discuss. Usually, there are two parties on contract. One is employer, whom we call party one, and actually who is responsible for that purpose in legal capacity. And there's employer and party two, that's called contractor, which is exclusive. That person or that part works on a contract. I am a contractor. What is my interest? Let us say, I have taken this job to construct and deliver to you. That's my job. You are employer. You agreed for that. You will pay me that sum for this job if I do this job within this period and limit myself to that job and for safety and that work. Contractor is there to make money. of course within limits, not undue money, by delivering that project. And contractor got its own interest. My purpose is that my job should finish in defined time, whatever contract time is given in contract. That is idealistic situation. Ideal situation. We shall finish this contract in defined duration. That's ideal. And if it's done, very good. No problem. It's done. But practically does it happen? That is a point to be understood. Because that time was of course agreed by both parties, that I pay you this much. I pay you this money, this employer tells contractor, I pay you this money if you complete this time in so many days or months or years, and when you get this, when I give delivery of this work, you should take delivery of this. That is sole purpose, and I give you this much money for this duration, and that money which belongs to me has gone to you because it belongs to you now. That is sole purpose of contract, physical purpose of contract, and that is supported by various other provisions of quality. We know all. This is what employer wants and this is what contractor wants. They want, but whether or not they want or whether someone else wants, or how it's going to be wanted. What is purpose of employer? Employer says, I have money, I am not contracted, I don't know how to construct, or I know but I want your services. In that regard, I am very busy, I can't organize, I have many other business, so I allow you on your offer that I accept your price for this work, which has to be done according to that I have given you. You do it and take this money. That's what employer says. Simple relation. One wants to give money and one wants to take money. One demands some work and one delivers that work. If this relation that is established between employer and contractor is well understood without any game in between, I don't find any problem. If both are sincere, both are devoted to project, both understand public interest, both understand every interest, I don't find any problem in that deal, in that contractual deal. If that is so much idealistic, this means both move together whenever required. And if both move together, why should there be some problem? There should be no problem. Even then there are problems on projects. Because we are bound by clauses, we are not free shop. It's not shop of kulcha chola. It's not shop of tea vendor. It's not shop of a vendor, a hawker that take this money and do it and go. Because this is project. This is engineering. This is construction. This is oil field. This is plants. There is a technology involvement. There is a mechanism. There is a durability. There is a reliability. What I say, reliability. Reliability means master work. Reliability means number one, it should be safe. Number two, it should deliver service. Number, it should be long run, durable. And if some of this, reliability equal to safety plus serviceability and plus durability. We have to understand these terms because this is contract of skill, contract of project, and then something. If this point you understand that there are two parties dealing in a professional way, not in ordinary way, that just I give some rupees or dollars, give me a glass of water. I understand that. If it's so easy, then everybody should be able to contract thing. So, now these two parties have to detail out their relations in accordance with contractual requirements. And these contract requirements are not easy to understand. So what has happened? That we are not getting quality work. This relation is to be clearly defined by both parties. Number one, employer, number two, contractor. And if you can't define that, you can't solve problems. No problem can be solved. And because this is related to profession of engineering, profession of construction, and profession of so many other trades, disciplines, this should not be made that much complex that you cannot solve it, and it should not be so simplified that you can't work on that. Too much simplicity also creates problems sometimes. So it should be moderated contract. It's a contract that can be understood by moderation or by those who understand professionalism. That relation is very important. Where party 1 understands party 2 and party 2 understands party 1, and they both understand independent person, that is engineer. This is essence of contract actually, that a document that tries to avoid problem every time. When we are saying claims against each other, why should there be claims then? When interests of both parties are clear, duties of both parties are clear, responsibilities of both parties are clear, obligations of both parties are clear, and target of both parties are clear. Why should we then so much acceptance on this? That is what the question is all about. Contractor does everything to put offer. Contractor does everything to prove that technicals we got. Even then, and employer investigates everything, scrutinizes everything prior to agreement. Then why are comments there for claims? That is very important point to understand. Why claims? Why do we find claims during currency of that contract as well as post currency? Why claims? This is a serious question to be raised on yourself. We did a lot on contracts, composition. We did a lot on thinking of technical work, and employer accepts that. Then why claims? Claims means dawa. Claims means justified submission that this is due to me, or that this is, you have to pay to me. You cannot say no until give any reason. If I claim something, that means I have authority to claim that. And if you reject that something, it's your authority to reject. But both authorities are temporary. Neither you can permanently reject it, nor I can permanently claim it. Because those are my submissions. That's what I say. Contract should be very clear. FIDIC has tried its best to do something for projection of that. Like they have given sequences of timings during tender and sequence of payments and something like that. That if you see that in the beginning you will find that's there. That's a good one, good approach. They say if you see in the beginning of the 2007 you will find some indicative sketches that graphics that say this stage is base date, and this stage is tender date, and this stage is this date, and that is the all those events or sequences have been defined practically, indicatively, and also sequences of payments like that. It's a try to clarify something which was unclarified. Even then, claims erupt. This means what we want to do, what actually both parties want to do through engineer. In our minds, whatever is there, on our drawings, whatever is there, on specifications, whatever is there, or else related documents are there. All those contents we are not able to include include thoroughly into statement of contracts. A statement of contracts, which means contract conditions, general conditions, particular conditions, where law is involved, everything is involved, but during its process something misses somewhere. during its process. Maybe conditions are fine, even then it is not. Because situations come in way, circumstantial situations comes in way, circumstances are as such which nobody could understand what will happen, and contract cannot perform smoothly for expectations. Means everywhere there are no green pastures. We simply assume pastures are green, but in fact these are not green. And when we assume it is green, it's not green. This point is very important to understand. When we see a mountain from distance, what we see? Very beautiful mountain, attractive mountain, as if it is natural beauty. But when we go near that, we find a change, and it appears as if this is a rock and grass. Same is our contract. When we take some contract, we take from some other angle. We at that time we don't think negative, or we think let us take it, we'll see, we try our best, because at that time our mind doesn't think for something else except making money. Both employer as well as contractor. Contractor thinks of less money, employer thinks of more money. Employers think that I'll get this much money in this by selling this or whatever, as well as I get reputation in society, in world, that I deal with this kind of projects. Social projects, educational projects, defense projects, or whatever land use of that project is. That has double function in that. Money, reputation, and social lead. Contract has only one function: to make as much as possible. Contract is not much worried about reputation because it's limited, already limited, cannot announce, because in future who say who made this, they will take name of party, department or whatever it is. Others' name shall not be referred to. But this doesn't mean there should be disputes. It doesn't mean that. That's true. If you want some business to thrive, that's your right. And if contractor wants some business to thrive, that's contractor's right. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. They employ people. People is for materials, for goods, for services, for work. And that's the policy everywhere. We have to develop that area. And I cannot criticize that as far as contract is concerned. It's clearly dictated you have to claim this area, to do this and do that for purpose of contract. It's still question there. Why do we see claims like that? Yes, that's right. It's because of something missing. Some gap existing somewhere, we cannot fill that gap, or we miss something somewhere. That's right. When I am an employer, when I try to do something, I only want that target, I want to be resource. You got funding from wherever, government funding or non-government funding, or international funding. You want to start a business of employer as well as contract. You don't think anything else. You don't understand how this will be done, what should be designed, what should be execution. You are dependent on some party that is designer or engineer, your consultant, who advises you everything. Your intention is only how to arrange funding and take risk. So you can say you are silver line there, that you cannot enter into that technological field which you are not clear. So I don't blame you at that time, that because you are not expert. Because you are not expert, I could not assume that you should be. So, I am employer, I know this much, I have money, this money I am using in this profession, in this business, and I want to take services of a contractor, let him finish it, deliver it, and I then enjoy on this profit. You have expert. This expert is designer. He doesn't think other else. Now, contractor has been given documents for assessing and claims now questions. What are documents? Where documents have budgetary provisions, you can say conceptual documents. What was the reason this project was initiated? That's very important point. It took years before that. Then what sort of design we should have? Is that document? What sort of design we should have? That sort of document, that's called fee. So one is, you can say project, you can say report or feasibility report. Generally we call it budgetary provision, which just estimates that we may have this allotment in our private budget or government budget, so that this project can be done. Then comes our fee, means what design factors in principle should be adopted for this purpose. So the what are components of that project are involved, those are covered in that design philosophy. That's called FEED, F-E-E-D, front end engineering design, which gives a description of what actually is required, what is this project, what are the components of this project, and how can we consider this project to be, these components to fit into each other, to work for this complete project's philosophy, what is the purpose of this project, to act in unison to each other, and this should be philosophy behind this should be methodology behind it, what formula maximum can be used for this at international level, which can give best result. This is general statement and fate for each and every component of that. You may say it's a design philosophy indirectly. That also becomes a document of contract, indicative document, not actually practical document. Then it goes to design team. Design team works on that, and it takes a lot of time to comply with those key documents. And designs means lot of work, theoretical, calculative, result-oriented decisions, and final designs. You may say this is very much complicated, mentally based, analytical work. Designs the backbone of all structures, which means that that secret scheme which was at that time a feasibility report or budgetary report, that secret scheme goes to feed, and in all we can say development plans, and it goes to designs. These designs are taking out all secrecies on this stage of detailed design, including technological update and technological input into that, and those designs are then considered source, including weaving around the design all possibilities of physics. The question is, we have reached a team of designs. Shall it work? I would say no, not at all. Because these designers are designing volumes of stuff. And there are also specifiers with designers who specify every item, every building, completely what it should be, what it should not be. And then it goes to quantifiers. Quantifiers means quantity engineers who work out quantities based on those designs. Much detailed work, much detailed work. The team is in quantifiers and they convert it to BOQs and specifications. BOQ means bill of quantities, which means for every component of that project, there is a bill of quantities. This gives you input about what shall contractor do with this. When this stage goes to quantity engineers, they work out complete BOQs, and there can be many BOQs depending on components and external works and other works. Descriptive documents, volumes and volumes, some is left, some is not left. Depends upon expertise of quantity engineers, expertise of specifiers, and all those experts will deal with that. They are not highly experts, you can say. We can say, okay, they are doing fine. Then all these documents, in fact, once quantity is ready, so you can say drawings, of course, drawings are there, designs and drawings, as I said. Then also contract conditions are designed by someone. Of course, these conditions are taken from FINIC, probably, but not mandatory. And if you take these conditions, it's up to us how to consider them. It's up to us whether to take them as true copy without analyzing and understanding them, or we take them as a guide and redesign our conditions. So if you see stages in this, many stages are there. You can say, let us say, budgetary stage. After budgetary stage, you can say feed stage. After feed stage, you can say design stage. And then you can say design and everything, and then specifications, and then quantification, and after that bidding station, and then after bidding is done, contract stage. So 7 or 8 stages are there 7 or 8 stages are there in this sequence of you can say bringing it to level of contractor. Bringing it to level of contractor from level of your initial thought. Contractor where you can say it can be converted to physical activity. There are 8 sequences here. And then contract sequences. How contract is considered, tender is considered, how it is given, how many clarifications were done during tendering. All the sometimes many. It depends upon brilliance of contracting company, in depth, how much they are going to do that. But generally, I understand majority of them do not care. But they should care. Just they should care. Care means it is money involvement. When we say contract, it's very difficult word actually. Maybe you take it lightly, but professionals do not take it lightly because contract is contract. Contract is contract. No joke. Employer is employer, contractor is contractor. Employer once awards contract, he is free from tension. His tension is only one, that he has to arrange money. He has to arrange funding to pay to contractor when time comes. Otherwise, he is free of problems of thinking. Yes, he is not free. He has to wait for this project to be delivered and he sells it or what he does, it's up to him. It's up to him, I'm not saying that. But contract means do it. When it is lump sum contract and fixed price contract. Why we call it lump sum? Why do we call it lump sum? Lump sum means all these activities we put in together, all these structures we put in together, all these finishes we put in together, everything contained in that which is in the scope of work is put in together. That's called lump sum. We won't speak again and again, this item is this much and this item is this much and this item is that. No need to repeat that. No need to repeat that. We don't repeat that. We just remember this is cost of this I pay you. And this fixed cost, you can't change it, I can't change it. Until there's some other change or I give you some concession, that can be changed. Or there is some omission of work, or there is some addition of work, there can be some change. Or there is something special. Employer wants to grant to contractor or some other something. That's also we're talking about with lump sum fixed LSFR contract. So my problem as a contractor is once I sign, until I hand over, until I am discharged or performed completely, I am in deep trouble. Deep trouble like whale fish. My ship can sink if there is some hole in its deck or base. If I make mistake, if I make some mistake in my calculations, I can certainly lose. And of course, this is not science that you are doing research on. It's not that much. You are not designing some technology for reality. It's only, you say, you are you calculated some cost that you would spend on this if you want to construct this, plus your profits. That is your liability. You have to deliver it within this cost, and if you can't deliver it within this cost, you have to lose cost, but you have to deliver it. That condition kills you. That condition kills you. That even if you are at loss, you have to deliver it. Because you signed it. Maybe you signed 15% wrong, so you are trapped. You signed 25% wrong, you are trapped. This is contract, you have to do it. You made a mistake, it's your problem. I did not say you. Yes, if I say this price I am going to pay, you do it. In these conditions, then you are trapped also. Because that is negotiation. That is not bidding. Whatever it is, your price you have demanded, and that price I agreed to pay to you for giving me this job done, subject to these documents and compliance to these provisions. I shall accept you as my whatever it is, responsibility. Once I sign something, I have to do it, and if I don't do it, I run away. It's another problem. I ran away, they will say, oh, this contractor ran away. Even at cost of loss, I have to do that job. Of course, the profit is there in them, it's no problem. Generally, you are trapped in contract when your calculations are wrong, or your approach is wrong, or you fail to understand project. If you fail to understand project, of course, there are some bound services. You are going to get bound services. Only danger point is your wrong cost, miss cost. Okay, if it is small one, 0.5%, 1%, something, it doesn't matter. And also, during your acceptance of bid, whatever right or wrong pricing you have done for each item in each BOQ, nobody shall ask any question until somebody feels that your rate in this item is loaded one, loaded in a way, it is expected, say that's too much. A clarification they can ask for. And during tendering, you are asked many clarifications about design, about specification, about bid conditions. It was your right at that time when you were involved in bidding, and it took many weeks to work on that. And you got information as well, you got clarification as well. We clarified all points, which are now part of bid, part of contract. But then, how can there be mistake? How can there be mistake? Okay, this is my assumption. My only concern is price is very important factor. This project may be 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, depends. Price may increase in market or may come down also. There can be announcement on that. That point we must keep in mind. If it is permissible, we should write rates on that date, on date before tender date. You fill that, you write those rates somewhere in an action as a condition, as a qualification. That we are recording these ones. If any reference in future is required, you can write if you wish. Or if you no, we don't write this, like there's no such condition in your contract, you can write that. You can say, okay, we are leaving to your detailed risk of that. Remember, there can be no claims technically in lump sum fixed price. If designs is fine, if the specifications are okay, if quantities are okay, and duration is okay. Problem arises practically at quantities. Quantities, specification can also be, means you can adjust by giving more price, but point comes in quantity. Sometimes there is an error seen on quantities, much error due to fast working on quantities or what. Those people in designs, in quantification, they miss something or they copy paste. And they are trustworthy, so contractor people also leave them to thinking that because they are working there, they may be senior, and they are working there, senior. So I retrieve from myself there. There is a sense of seriousness. This seriousness, this difference in the quantity can lead to haphazard, jeopardize your contract. Therefore, only precautionary measure is don't depend on those quantities. These can be excessive also. This can be reduced also. I give an example. I was working on a bid of about 120 kilometer long pipeline. 120 kilometer, not meters. Remember, 120,000 meter bid pipe of water supply. And I was working for a company, in this case, as a part of joint venture with some company of Korea. And work was, of course, overseas. It's my habit always, whenever I am given a bid, to scrutinize. It's my usual practice. I collect all documents, they put in my folder, whatever is not physical, you can see that much. It's my habit. It just precisely go through complete documents of it. Because it's better to spend 1, 2 or 3 days on understanding what it is about, the documents are about, rather than starting your work. It's a kind of examination. You are getting so much input from experts, many experts, peers you can say. There are how many engineers involved, you don't know. On preparation of your design, your drawing, your philosophy, your field, specifications, BOQs, there may be 50, 60 engineers involved in that. And there can be many hands changed on that. And how much time they have taken, we do not know. So how many inches were transferred from there? How many old left and how many new joined? We don't know. But documents are there. You cannot deny that fact. And because it is computer world, copy paste is also there. So better you scan all documents for your own interest. There are two ways in that. One is that you are searching something, you are investigating something, that's something matters of substance to question, and second, you are understanding that, so you are also learning something by scanning those hundreds and hundreds of drawings and hundreds of specifications and also all material that you are given. You're going through a field of that. So of course it takes some time, but once you start these things, you will find similar type of repetitions in all beds. So you just cover by page and page and page and page and and say, oh, here I see something. Because drawings are also common, schematic drawings and general drawings of this kind, P plan, a grid plan, a block plan, process plan, generally drawings. So we should do not go into depth of that, because just understand there's a complete documentation, architectural, structural services, this and that. The complete package is there. And that's enough for you to understand. You don't go this is section and this section, that will later see, but tenants are there. Field says something and design, the field is there, field just what is that. Quantification best when you understand what and what actually field says, what is requirement, the scope of what you are seeing. Once you go to scope of what you understand what's there, then go to Video. So you list out and what actually domains. So what is quantity of concrete, quantity of RCC or pre-stressed concrete, that you can say is a deciding factor to let you give a direction whether or not it is right quantity. Now in what case I am referring to, it was about 400,000 cubic meters of concrete. 400,000 cubic meter, let us say. Oh sorry, not 400,000. Yes, 400,000. 4 lakh. 400,000. 400,000 cubic meter concrete. Maybe in one go I can't even know. 400,000, 4 lakh cubic meter concrete. 4 lakh cubic. This is a question here itself. You think it's okay? 120 kilometer pipeline. 120,000. Let us say it is 2 meters wide or maybe more. You divide that and assume thickness of that average is given somewhere. It's called sleepers. They call it sleepers. Something. Even if you put a full, if you just take complete 120 kilometer pipeline, just imagine. I'm not taking that out of design. They are parts of full sleepers. Completely to take a 120 kilometer land, multiply with some width and take a 50 cities. It's not coming even half. And how they claim it is 400,000 kilometers. Wow, my brain shocked myself. I raised question. Oh, that tender section has says, oh no. You cannot say that. They are very much professional company. They know it, what they are doing. Still, I insisted no. I can't accept this. Let them revise. Let them rethink it. No. They will not. They will say, we can't do this contract. Well, it's up to you. We lose this contract. Even if you are interested in this contract, you will lose this one. Well, that query was sent. There was no answer on that. Wow. What could I do? And maybe that manager, that had thought that this question was wrong. Yet this contract process kept on moving. This bidding process kept on moving without any problems. No problem to me. After 2 weeks, we got a revised document of that one without any reference to query. Okay, means they say revision is coming. Again, when revision comes, you have to again check all that. And then I found in that BOQ, that quantity was reduced to 40% approximately. I mean, 60% down. So 4 lakh was reduced to 1 lakh something. 100,000. I don't exactly remember what. Now you just think of if that quantity, they were also going to be a joint contracting company. If they had taken this quantity and submitted their price, they would never get this price. But if you can't calculate quantity, you cannot design properly. How? First the question is, there's no competition in this case because those parties, other parties, would use correct design and correct quantity. So your price will stand twice their price probably. So certainly you won't be considered a professional contracting company there. Where you miss technology, you don't know what you are going to do. So that point is very dangerous sometimes. Quantity is very important. What we do sometimes, we don't care for quantity. Oh, okay, take, no problem, quantity, you do this. If no problem, quantity, what you do this. Your budget is on quantity, your project is on quantity, your bid is on quantity, your cost is on quantity, and you say, don't care for quantity. That's what I say. Claims and counterclaims are very important to be understood. There can be any loophole. There can be many loopholes in your documents. But because you are bound by some fixed price, you cannot touch it. Then, if it's that, you have to go to processing of budget. Processing of your project. Processing means you have signed your contract. There is no way you can change it. You are bound by everything. You are bound by everything and you are bound by precedence of documents that are in contracts. That's presently is given in your contractual conditions that this is free. If anything happens, if some problem comes in, we will consider this document first and this document second. In priority of documents. That generally happens. And of course it should be considered like that, nothing wrong with that. That priority document, this means which document should be considered number 1, which should be considered number 2, and which should be considered number 3. Means if we consider this document number 1, means this stands on top of all, we have to respect this first. And second one is given second priority, third one is given third priority, and at last is given BOK. This means BOK is no priority, 0 priority considered. We'll see only when nothing is available, we'll see what actually intention was there to make that BOK in that case. Now, we have to understand how to process any contract implementation. We have to keep in mind that document number 1 in precedence is contract. Document number 2 in precedence is letter of acceptance. And then document number 3 are drawings, specifications, and other all that, whatever is there. Those are all involved in that. We have their documents with us. We cannot change contract. We cannot change letter of acceptance. We cannot touch specifications. We cannot change anything. What will we do? Then my priority is, I have to start my job today according to date of commencement, contractual date of commencement. Give me position today. Because they write in their contract acceptance that is so many days time we will start this. Okay, give me today. You should be ready for that. Don't wait, give me today. If you want to keep your heads and throat of employer, I am ready to today. They won't be ready. Believe me. I guarantee that they won't be ready. I want to start today. I want to take over today this site and mobilize from tomorrow. Can you? Are you so strong? Because you are enjoying your bid you got. You are enjoying, we got a job, we got a contract, you are dancing, you are celebrating party. You are not inclined to start tomorrow. Same level employer is there, you are there. Why were you not serious? Party can be conducted anytime. I have to cut my opening tomorrow. I don't know. Write to them, record them by email. Kick-off meeting tomorrow. You record it. Stir them. It will take just one day for you to prepare your immobilization plan. Execution plan you have already submitted during bid. Make some plan of your office where you want to place on that site. You want to place your establishment. Don't give exact plan, just indication. Because in one day you will not do it. Just in this portion we want to place it. Just check your site layout plan, whether or not this area permits that. We'll do fencing here, guard room here, and your office is here, our office is here. Keep ready with that. Keep ready with performance bid. Keep ready with that. Keep ready with insurances. Keep strong with banks. One man should be responsible for this. Because these documents, financial document and technical document, keep as much as your organization chart you can keep ready. This is our initial, this is our mobilization hierarchy, and this is our project hierarchy. At least you can do that. Don't do master plan of bar chart. You can submit next week because 14 days time is there, sometime more time is there. So you go with at least 3 or 4 such points where you can have on it. Don't tell them we have ready with that. Keep them ready according to contract conditions. Because you are going to control them in processing. You can't control them somewhere else. Your hands are tight calaboose. You cannot do anything. Your document of precedence does not allow any liberty to ride on them. They would be riding on you till you hand over sight to them to perform them, or you take performance certificate or project closeout certificate, submit, and they give you that performance is done, release is done, or whatever is that. You start with clutching them if you are a smart contractor. Begin rapidly in a professional way Keep them busy. All engineers and resident engineers, keep them busy, even though you have to spend something on your timings. Keep them busy on excavation plan. Keep them busy on permits. Keep them busy on investigation of soil. Keep them busy everywhere, at least for start for 1 or 2 months. So that they keep running here and there and here and there. Keep ready your safety plans, your site plans, whatever is required by your contracts, by your conditions, whatever methods are required, keep ready. I don't think you need many people to do that. 1 engineer or 2 engineers are enough for these workers. And keep some workers to show on site. You are not going to start anything tomorrow or in coming 2 or 3 weeks. Just mobilization and mobilization and mobilization. Toilets for workers, steel yard, carpenter yard, rest area, car park for those engineers, for your people. Like that you need. Keep on their head and prepare your bar chart master plan according to date of commencement and completion date, and submit within defined time on your contract. And if you do that, first of all, you will benefit because your mobilization is ongoing. You must have ordered your product cabins or whatever, from where you have to buy that. Since you have to do background work, don't loosen these engineers to say that you are not serious. They will start committing otherwise. You are sleeping, you are else reporting, contractor is not seen on site, no activities are seen on site. Don't allow them this. And sometimes there's issues, they are unable to hand over to you complete site due to some other legal issue or legal hurdle. Keep them writing. Give me this, give me this, give me this. They may say you will get in this month. Then you keep on writing, then discount our concession, discount our time. We can't accept this date of commencement. Push it. You have to keep like that. But it should be on writing. It should be on contractual writing, not verbal. Don't accept anything verbal because this is contract. Verbal statement got no meaning. They will hesitate to write in beginning, but they have no other option. Okay, you just keep your communication even if they don't answer you. You will conduct meetings every week or every fortnight. You can record theirs. They can't say no. Even if they so, they will justify why no. And if they say right, yes, then they have to give some date. By this date we will do it. Action is a must in meeting. Either yes or no. If it is no, give reason. If it is yes, give date. Simple. This is my simple way of organizing things. I don't think it's more than one man job, one engineer's job. Coordination engineer. You may be project manager, but this is the part of coordination. You may be project engineer, this is part of coordination. You may be construction engineer, this is a part of coordination. It's not a question of what position we are, question is of activity. This required activity must be done. By this much only they will understand you are serious. You are not sleeping. But you are threatening them, they don't understand. You are pulling their legs into contract trap. So they will keep forcing others. Contractors are serious about this. Do it. If they pull others, means they pull others, those who are involved in land, because they are not given full land, There may be some problems of shop is there, some of there. This will reach to land department. This will keep them nervous because contractor is demanding every day, give us this, give us. Keep them in trouble. No, don't tell them. Keep smiling, keep talkative, keep having good relation with them, but keep demanding, keep writing. This is engineering. This is also engineering. Communication engineering, handling engineering. You have to do that. Because it's your job. I need my land. Who are you to say no? It's my contract. It's given in contract. You will be possessed. You will be given possession of this land immediately on first day of taking over of site. Give me. And if you cannot, it's going to stop my work. I can't work. If it comes within my way. Coming or not coming, that's no question. Question is, I have started contract. You give me my land. Because it's my right due to contract. Give me land in possession, or else I stop. I don't do it. Simple. Don't start otherwise. Or concession. Give concession. What if this land you are not giving me, it's going to affect my activity. I cannot do 100% work, so give me pushover or quit. Means extension of time to that percentage. Can you give? I am not able to manage for force. I want to start here, I want to start here. Give me chart. Okay, this is my 3 monthly chart, this is my 6 monthly bar. Look ahead. I want to expedite. I want to expedite. I want to bring more resources, more, and my resources are waiting. They are not giving me land. What can I do? This is called pressure building on employer. This shall certainly benefit you in extension of time. And when you get extension of time under this post, you can create many more claims. You can fabricate claims. You can record them that we are going to claim on extension. And because of extension, we are going to claim on our resources. Resources availability but no use. So we diverted those resources somewhere and we lost this from that. This is called processing of execution process. Land is not available and your design, you keep raising questions. Go on scrutinizing all details, don't wait for 6 months. Keep someone coordinator, detailed coordinator, you can say dedicated coordinator there, with architectural drawings, all things, and all ask your subcontractors also, keep investigating, keep them and raise questions. Let us say you raise 10 queries a day, 15 queries a day, and for 1 month, 2 months, keep on querying and keep these designers boiled up. Because I know they are deficient, they can't do everything thoroughly. Let them do design, revise. Revision number 1, revision number 2, revision number 3, previously superseded. Your document control should be smart. To keep a smooth flow of input of these revisions and recording supersessions or supersessions of that. Issued for construction, revision, clarification, query and proposals also. Not only that. Don't simply depend upon them. And propose them if you can. Propose to your benefit. Because this is lump sum, you will not get anything. Propose in a way that it benefits you. It makes your work easy, or it gives you advantage in quantity. It's not idealistic, it's a practical. And keep on searching more and more. and you can keep on keep on specifications under check, because sometimes so much is hidden in those, and you can extract that. That is very important to understand. Well, I'm just trying to brief you. This is how to start something, so that we can catch hold of employer and engineer, contact engineer. Because you know one thing, remember the secret of profession. The professional secretion, and very big secret it is, that those people in designs who spend their lives, their career in designs, are never ever good coordinator. Can never be. Because they never write, they never coordinate. Yes, they know design indeed, but their designs are not based on constructability. Their designs are not based on something, you can say, ideal work, easy work. So you can play with them, play in a sense, to play with your site, which is complicated work, you can make it easy. These designers don't visit market, they don't know what's happening in market, they stick themselves to codes only, theoretical work. Codes are not solutions for good design. Yes, it's a reference. Good designs require good knowledge, good understanding. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just telling you, because of what job they do, maybe 5% are experienced there. I cannot say all like that. But whatever I've seen in general, I have seen thousands of designs in my life, thousands of drawings in my life, standard drawings, schematic drawings, general arrangements, layouts, electrical, mechanical, civil, all. What standard I observed? I should not say. Only that beauty is one part, drawing standard is another part, but contents are important. I am regretful for that. Design does not mean high degrees. Design does not mean that you should be in design all the time. Design means your design must fit in on your creation. That is important. Rather than thinking on codes or on what dia or this and that, and you should think 60% of your time of designs on how it can be best constructed. How it can be best constructed, that gives us more than satisfactory design, which detailed designers cannot think, conceptual designers can think. There are two types of designers. One who just start detailing of everything without having any concept of what's to be done, how it's done, how easy or how difficult it would be for those people who work at site. So constructability is very important. So you should ensure on your documents what standard of constructability you find there. You find it's too complex, you can suggest them something to revise this. Ready? Sometimes what happens? Congestion of steel in columns, in beams, in walls, which is not going to help structure. If the structure is not comfortable within itself, how can you rely on that structure? If there is void left in concrete, if concrete cannot be compacted properly, how can you rely on that? Suggest them use of lesser bar size. Suggest them avoid overlap. Suggest them something that is size, what size it is. Section of column, section of beam. Like that. You also are an engineer. You know more how to do easy work. Means actual design and detailed design. If your concept is clear, means comfortable size of members and comfortable working on them are most important things. You can help them. But question comes again on claims. They say there are many types of claims. Actually, on lump sum fixed price, claims are not much. You can't claim on quantities, you can't claim on designs, you can't claim on anything. You claim only variations, which is most important. Variations. There is a big project. At design time, they did not care. But they find now there's some not, it's not what I thought of, it's not what's working out there. Their use says, this doesn't look nice. We want something like that. Or some building is not giving proper coverage. They increase coverage or they increase height of slab story. Or they change some material in that. Whatever they formally, they change something in writing as an engineer's instruction, real instruction, that comes into variation issue, which is an extra payment for work done. Still that cannot be called claim because that's work done. Claim which are known, we discover that. It's very difficult to find which claims can be made on construction in lump sum projects. Because sometimes we may add something also that this quantity, whatever is designed in, you have to work on your side. Make sure that you have verified this quantities. Even if you do a misverification, re-verify this. Claims, RTC. Only procedural claims can be used, like extension of time. Variations is not that kind of claim because that is based on instruction. Yes, you can play with rates in some items which are not available. But remember, processing tender is very complicated. You can't help it. Whatever price you have given, that is final one. That can be reduced but can't be increased, remember. This is scrutiny of that. You are giving X price to less. They won't accept it. They will X price they will accept. But they will investigate all BOQs, check all BOQs, and reach, and this is a calculation error. Your calculation error brings down your price. Let us buy 1%, 2%, or buy whatever amount. They will call you. This is actual price of your total income again. Your price is this. What do you say? We are reducing your price because your calculation is not allowing it. So if you accept this price and not previous one, accept it. Or we don't allow this. You have to accept. But this is your mistake. Your error. You cannot say no because some is wrong or some error is there in pricing. This is lump sum process. And on other side, if you say this price is fixed to profit, that is when they calculate comes on the higher side, they will not ask you. They won't even ask you, okay, this is your price, you accept this. And you can't claim on that. So there is no question of claim. You can't claim a technical error, clerical error. They want you to save money, so they ask you, and you had to accept that. This is one part. Beauty of this. Then they want to fill in all prices. If you let somewhere this is included, buy anything, to write that price. It's because in future what happens during currency of contract, there can be many omissions, many additions. Can be. You have to realize this fact. Nobody can say no. So to work out those omissions and additions, you have to price something. And for that purpose, prices which you are given in these items, these prices shall be used. And also remember, if you price one item here and this somewhere different prices, then they will also raise questions. Why this price is different? When project is same. So they will say we accept this low rate price, so your sum would change. And same would be used in future of omissions or additions. This is very important. So what happens is, there are rare chances that you can claim on prices. You can claim on extension of time, and that must be based on valid reasons. It's not because today there was rain, tomorrow there will be rain, yesterday was rain. I am recording this rain. You cannot record by such thing. You can't record. Rain is natural. When you visited site to know about the standard, it was clearly mentioned that and clearly documented that you are an experienced party, experienced person in contracts. This means you must know about the area, not only around 1 year or 2 year history of that area must be known to you for many decades. Because weather doesn't change in one season, it changes in many decades. So you must know that how many days rain in this month or that month, or temperatures variations, all that. But it's given on the report or but yet you cannot claim based on that. This was rain or thunderstorm or this. Based on that, you can't get any extension. Extension should be based on genuine facts, like given their force majeure or exceptional events. Those can be considered, but those won't give you any benefit except delay of job. And this delay is not on account of honor, it's on account of nature. When I say it's very difficult to claims on lump sum, very difficult. Procedural claims are very difficult as well. Yes, if you want extension of time, for that you also consider the basis. The claims in suspension, of course. Then the claims in termination, of course, those are difficult. Those are actually powerful claims. And there are many ways to handle this. Claims is different and variation are otherwise. I'm not talking about that. Claims from contractor end can be not common. Some extension of time due to whatever reason I said before can be permissible. But it should be recorded professionally, contractually. Variations and claims are different. Variations are actual work done or work related. Claims are legal claims based on contract. Both different. I can claim anything, but how to justify that? Point is that lump sum bounds you everywhere. It bounds you drawing wise, contract wise, specification wise, quantity wise. You are bound, you have to do it. If there is 25%, 30% difference in quantity, yes, you can run away from that, that's different. You can leave contract at home. That's another point. But I'm sure you are prudent contractor. You have adequate staff with them. You must understand what is contract. Yes, there can be error of 0.5%, 1%, 2% quantities, but I don't think that there can be error of 25%. If that much is error, then you can't quantify, you can't calculate. So contracting is not that easy, because sometimes what happens, I can give you an example. Excavation is very important point. You may say, what is talking about excavation? Yes, excavation. Say it is in rock. It is in rock, and you ignore this point. You ignore this point. You thought it's soft soil. By mistake. By ill information, because you say, okay, no problem. When you say, okay, no problem, every problem lies there. You did not take it seriously, you priced it, and when you started this, your eyes opened. What the hell? What happened? This happens. When I say claims, means claims like that, actually no claims, but we would call them claims. It's your fault if you did not consider rock. Maybe you did not consider soil emission report, or you did not demand that. You just say, no problem, we'll see. And that your soil itself with a lot of time relaxation. This point must be very clear. Claims or not doesn't mean you have to claim just for sake of claims. It should be logical claims. So what I say here, employers and contractors claim, as it says in claims, claim may arise if employer considers that employer is entitled to any additional payment from contractor for or reduction in contract price any to an extension of DNP. So this is not very powerful. If contractor considers that contractor is entitled to any additional payment from or employer or extension of time, so I have discussed with you this one. If either party considers that he or she is entitled to another entitlement or relief against other party, such other entitlement or relief may be of whatever kind and whatsoever, including in connection with any certificate, determination, instruction, notice, opinion or valuation of engineer, except to extent that it involves any entitlement referred to in sub-paragraphs in subparagraph A and or B above. In case of claims under sub-paragraph A or B above, subclause 20.2 claims for payment and interest shall apply. So is that given in this? And also if you say on the part this in case of a claim under subparagraph C above, which we just read, where the party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement or refer us or this. Okay, now in this case of claims under subparagraph C, where other party or engineer has disagreed with requested entitlement of relief or is deemed to have disagreed if she does not respond within a reasonable time, a dispute shall not be deemed to have arisen, but claiming party may, by giving a notice, refer claim to engineer and subclause 3.7 agreement or determination shall apply. Notice shall be given as soon as practicable after claiming party becomes aware of about this disagreement or denied disagreement and include details of claiming party's case and other parties or engineers disagreement or deemed disagreement. There is no major substance in that. Now it's claims for payment and or extension of time. Now it says if either party considers that he or she is entitled to any additional payment by other party, or in case of employer, a reduction in contract price and or EOT, extension of time in case of contractor, or extension of DNP, that is defect notification period, in case of employer, under any clause of these conditions on otherwise in connection with contract. Following claims procedures. Now, it's notice of claim, then engineer's initial response, and contemporary resource, and fully believe. Procedure. So we'll take one by one all. The important point is applications of claims, applications of that. And also I just inform everybody, even if it's not claim, it's variation. That is also very, very responsible document. You may get site instructions on site, and you may get engineer's instructions on site, and both are legal documents but different meanings. Site instructions more or less is considered technical document, technical instruction, but site instruction and site instruction, if you get that on site as a site engineer, you got this instruction, it's your right to raise a question on that. Contractual question, procedural question. Though it will be given generally in that instruction, it is right instruction, duly composed by engineer that. Clearly a note is given a footer if contractor thinks, if contractor deems that this site constitutes a cost variation, then they should not go and do this work by inform accordingly. So be careful about that, because site instruction and engineer's instructions are different. The engineer's instruction is more powerful legally than site instruction. Site instruction is indicative. It tells you do this, and also tells Do this only if you think you are paid, you will be paid, or if you think you are not going to be paid. So you can raise the question that we consider this site instruction constitutes a cost variation. You can inform them and don't do what? And they put cost on that if you ask this cost in this variation, so provide a variation order, or else they are not going to do that. If they don't know, go do it when probably the answer, you can continue that. The question quantities are there for that item and rates are already there in BOP. Or even if these rates are not there in BOP, means you can manage. Rates is not big problem. Problem is inclusion. So if you are given assurance that no will take care of that, and you may get engineers instructions later on. Engineers instructions, the guarantee of payment for that. Site instruction is no guarantee of payment. This is considered part of lump sum. Engineer instruction is neither lump sum nor that sum. That point. This is very important point. Means I put this all in my book about site instruction. But the site memo. Site memo is not related to contract, it's just a procedure on this. Site instruction and engineer's instructions are important documents as far as variations are concerned, and claims are different. And I think we have to take suspension into our consideration for claims, because suspension of job or termination of job actually import claims, not otherwise, because this may take sometimes months to resolve, and it is problem for contractor how to handle the issue. So what I say, don't keep your eyes closed on contracts. Contracts are secret documents. Do not think of doing that. Think of that thing. See. My purpose of claims is that you must be very analytical for purpose of claim. You have to create claim rather than thinking of claim. And claim is created by force, guided force. If you move on your contract according to contract requirement, you will move them on. If you want to raise some claims on someone, and raise some claims on them. Suspension of works. Then you can say clarification, technical clarification, as many as technical clarification. If you want really to do a good job, be fast. Don't delay. Best policy is that. Forget claims or generate claims. Variation are different. Again I am saying, in lump sum, claims are rare from both ends. But if there is a delay, remember, you would be in trouble. You know what is delay? Delay means you are running behind your project. Delay means you are not serious without having any justification. You can't justify delay. If you justify delay, then engineer will be in problem, because delay is not because of you, because of them. And but what sort of delay they can generate for you? That's also a point. Design is ready, specification is ready, site is ready. On what basis you are saying there is a delay? Point is there. Point is there. If you have site unobstructed, you have site accessible, you have complete design done, how can you justify that engineer has delayed? You cannot justify it. You cannot justify it. So don't run into that direction. Only justification is, even if there is every train coming in every day, don't worry. Don't worry about production. If you want to teach them, if you want to lead them, because contractor can also lead employer. Contractor does not mean follower. Employer can become your follower if you are perfect contractor. Employer can become follower. Engineer can become your follower if you are perfect, adroit, prudent contractor, experienced contractor. Are you? Point is that, are you? If you are fine, it's good. But are you? Point is that. Trouble and trouble, right? Trouble and trouble. Solve it. You have to sit on job, on heads of all your people. Force them. Move. Line of schedule, bar chart, curve. My work is about that. In your reports, you should be ahead of timeline. You should be ahead on that. You should be ahead on shop drawings, working drawings. You should be ahead on resolving technical issues. You should be ahead on material submittals, drawing submittals. Always there is problem on contractors and that materials are not submitted in time. Materials are not submitted in time. And those people who are involved in procurement, they don't care about anything. They care about only lowest quotations. That brings a chisel on your head. They don't care about timeline. But for you, timeline is important. For them, price is important. But for you, both are important. They should be both important. And what happens? Because it's not one material that you have to get approved. There are many materials. You can say hundreds of materials and design that are required to be approved by engineer or employer. If you delay on materials, you delay on procurement. So you delay on project. You get my point. If you delay on shop drawings, working drawings, you delay on project. If you delay on method statements, you delay on projects. So there are three main points. Documentation. Material drawings, materials and drawings. Technical submissions, method statements. Technical queries, engineering queries. These are all queries. Plans like safety plans, quality plans. All these documents require approvals, engineers' approvals and employers' approvals, and of course your approvals. But you do not submit them in time because your procurement is not helping you. They are not serious about this. You have to push them as well. They can be pushed only when you go and fight with them. It's fighting, of course. It's not love. My work is suffering, but your work is suffering. Why don't you do it? I'm saying this work is suffering, you are taking your own life, not problem. Wait one more week. That person does not understand value of time. What to do? Force him, tell him, if you don't do this time, you'll be no more tomorrow. I think you're getting my point. Remember, again I am telling you, materials, and I'm talking of permanent materials, remember also. I'm not talking of temporary material or other materials. I am talking of those materials which go into project forever, for which you are paid, and there are such 50 or more than 50, 60, 70 materials in every building. If you don't have that approval, you can't procure those materials and put them on record in site. So you are far false. This point you should have started from very beginning, because you also require to take quotations from those people who supply these materials. It's long-term journey. Out of 2 years project, I think half time goes into this, but you do not realize. Procurement doesn't realize, but ultimately chisel shall come onto your head. Remember, you will be hacked. Nobody would take responsibility in your organization. You have to force them. It's not simply material approval for procurement. It's also LC issues, letter of credits, for materials which are imported. Or there are local materials which are required, IPC, local payment certificates, LPOs, local payment orders, LCs, letter of credits for international procurement. You have to be behind them every day, or whenever you go there to your office, head office, there this is done, because this is a matter of millions and millions and crores. So you are not authorized as site guy to work on that. And if you are authorized, fine, you and you deal with that efficiently, good for you. Moreover, and there are issues they create, your procurement say, or we create ourselves, and we say, oh, this is very expensive, this item is very expensive which you are offering, why not to change it? First you propose it and now you want to change it. They did not force you to propose it, but you force yourself. Now you are saying, oh, this is not available because you got some quotation from someone else. I think don't enter into that. That will not give any benefit except delay your project. Or if you want to give that, that will beginning itself. Beginning itself. Don't wait for another quotation then. Because if you change that, what is required in contract, if you change that one specification or some other item, then you will have to make comparative statement. You will have to justify first that that was and this was same, without even considering what benefit of getting in terms of cost or time. And they may delay the cost for a few months, so you are gone. You understand how it affects. So rather than making the benefit, you are breaking benefit on promise. My point of view of thinking is different. Your job is to deliver as contractor. Time is important factor at one stage, and money is also important factor at one stage, not at every stage. If you want to do something alternatively, do it in beginning. Don't delay. Don't come when project is running, I want to do this. No, that is foolishness. If you are interested really, in beginning you be ready, because you have to check design again, you have to check performance again, you have to check compatibility again, maybe you have to check interfacing between some machine and some computer. Then again it goes through many for verification, for corroboration, maybe some more clarification is required. So it won't permit you to produce that material. So it will add to your inefficiency of project. Do you want to reach that status? Okay, reach that status. But that is very serious, I'm telling you. Too serious is that you do not do that. And if you do that, you are trapped, completely trapped. No way to come out. You are gone. Can you do that? You cannot do that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Be clever. Don't sleep on job. Don't sleep on materials. Don't sleep on drawings. Don't sleep on questions and queries. Open your voice, even if you are not clear. Have clarifications. Do not live to time to decide. Do not leave to others to decide. You are contractor, not others. It's your job, not others. And if you cannot do that, it's your problem, not their problem. Your contract, you have to deliver simple answer. Your activity, your responsibility. Employer gave you this responsibility, gave you this job. You do it for me, not engineer for you. It is for you because it's a contract. You are higher profile professional rather than that engineer. He is only designer and supervisor. You are doer. You have to understand his design. You have to understand why he thinks for you or for what. You have to satisfy him both ways. And then only you have to take payment certificate from that one. So you have dual role. Your employer has no role. Engineer has one role. You have dual role. And this dual role has many more roles later on. Vendor role, procurement role, quality role, safety role, technical role. What to do? That is why contractors are very dynamic, of course very angry sometimes. You cannot compare their dynamism of working with others. They have workforce which is dynamic. They have personnel which are dynamic. And if they are not dynamic, you can't succeed as a professional contracting company. You are not there to work 8 hours a day. You are to work there till your project is handed over to. You are released from construction work. You are released from project, and that project enters operation stage. Do you understand this point? If you are that much serious, you will be fine. Otherwise, sleep. Don't join contracting. Contract means alone in fact. Name is contractor, we move together, but no one moves together. Fact is that train runs on its own. No one helps. Flight takes off on its own. Car moves on its own. Same way, contractor moves on its own with all risk in hand. Others don't take any risks. That's what I say. Do not take anything too lightly. Be clear about that. Contract is not that you are thinking. Contract is always different. So be clear about that. And with this, I will like to close this. And after some time, maybe after 1 hour, 2 hours, I'd like to talk on environment, World Environment Day, which is today. And I'd like to talk on that. Something maybe for 15-20 minutes in another video. And that is interesting for today. And because this is a very important point for claims, actually claims in lump sum are imaginary. It's difficult to fight claims, but if there are some, it should be regular, it should be recorded, evidenced, otherwise no meaning. No meaning at all. Because you have to make relations also. If say there is a small claim, for this you cannot spoil relation. Yes, if it's a majority of claim, if you say that yes, amount is good and there are chances I can get it, you can move on that, no problem. Thank you very much. I'll see you later. Okay.